Why, hello. Let's figure out what we're up to today, shall we? Think this is just about done because we have moved to loading stuff from the config file, which is great. Let's go. That is actually done. That's still to do. That's still to do. That's fine. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. That's all done. That is up to date. Guess I'm going to need a terminal, huh? Okay, that's the one we just changed. That's good. Nothing. That's for when we read from the database. That's still a to-do. That's still a to-do. Still to-do. Yes. Yes, that's fine. That's all. Fine. Still kind of down the road. That's up to date. That's fine for now. We'll kind of punt that. That's kind of polished. Right now it just goes away and it's fine. Eventually we're going to want a... probably like a... if you're shutting down, you probably want a delay to get everybody logged out. Let them know it's coming. You know, say, server will go down in 10 minutes, etc., etc. Stop logins. That way people can finish up their stuff, but that's all future. Let's see, we cleaned up all those. We just need to do remove to done. Okay. Let's go back to our map. Does it make sense to reload maps? Kind of. And let's open up. Didn't actually want that, but that's fine. It can live. In test pane over there. Do we want to put this off until until we do the database stuff is kind of the question here. Maybe, but also if we do it now, it'll be easier for us to do the editor, which we still need to make a UI for. We need to figure out what we're going to use to display the map UI for both things, and also what the editor portion will look like, right? But if we reload, I guess we could. This might not be terrible. Let's go look at load map. What we do here, add the tile. Okay, so we build we could pull this out and that would get tricky. Guess we could do a reload method off of the map. That would, we would need to know how we want to handle nested and multiple maps before we do that, I think. And that's going to be a fairly big change of the way map is currently, right? This current map, everything about it is so far pretty fine, but we need to introduce another level above it, right? This structure would become a submap, or, you know, any number of submaps that were nested. We need something above it to handle, and maybe it is just maybe it's just like the world map. Maybe that is the base, or like the starting zone map, and then you could extend and add extras. You know, that could be either children or siblings of the world map. Or I guess it could be completely independent. Because like if you built like a pocket dimension map, right? It wouldn't really have any actual relation to the world map. It could just be somewhere. It doesn't matter where. And then you just have a connection that you make to it. Like maybe it's even just a skill where you teleport. We can teleport you to a map, right? As long as we know the idea of it and whatnot. Which actually sounds wicked cool. I like that idea. Pardon me. Need more caffeine, apparently. But that's all kind of future stuff. So what would we... One map needs to be like the main map. Because I think for readability and organization and speed of loading, right? Like we probably want to put them in different files. Like we'll still have an ID of the map, but like this is a 10 by 10, right? And it's already now granted they all connect to one another, but it's already 12,000 lines. We're not exactly being, you know, this isn't minified or anything, and it shouldn't be. It's supposed to be readable, kind of, you know. And we kind of tested that theory yesterday when we walked through and we found, hey, okay, where's my location 00? Here's its connections. We started looking through there. We were easily able to tell that it was connected correctly and that the error was somewhere else, right? So that's a good sign that the idea, the concept is working correctly. So we still need this, but I think we want to put them in different files. There's no reason to load everything in the world and then refresh them. I think we should be able to refresh a single map. I wonder if we would ever want to refresh all of them. The other question is, do we want to put them like a 00 the center or not, right? And how do we want to deal with that? Maybe the editor just takes care of that. So if you extend it, it'll grow, you know, I guess my camera's backwards, but this way, right? If you're looking at the screen, it would grow out that way down to the right. And then you could just move the things and it would effectively retarget all the stuff, right? Okay, so that probably works fine. You just have to like box select or some kind of way to do that. Should a map have a default? No. We need to handle on a reload if you are in a place where you can't be, that doesn't exist anymore for some reason. We need to put you somewhere else. And that should probably be the main map's job to know about, right? Or maybe it just lives. Yeah, there'd be like a rescue room type thing. And then you would need to have exits to places. But that is all stuff we can do later when we have a better idea, right, of what exactly we're doing. So we have a full map mutex. We could lock that on a reload. But we would have to guard things like move, right? That's the control. Where did I put MapMinder? Yeah, we would have to put everything behind. We don't want to do that. Transits do not have a mutex. Connections do, though. So we could lock them as well. The IDs shouldn't change, so what we could do is instead of just directly adding a tile, we could add it to a tile map that is separate from the map's tile map, right? That would stash all of them. And then we could do the same thing with connections. Yeah, let's do it. what we can do, I want to put this up here with its friends that control it. And I actually kind of want these all at the end, I think, because they're sort of a separate concept, right? What we can do here, call reload on the map. It could return an error still. We're going to take a lot of this real quick and massage it because I don't want to rewrite all this. We won't need this struct. Wait. No, because that is a map. We already have that. That is M in this case. So what we do, we can still log that. That's good. Map will need a config file string, which we can populate here after we know that we've loaded it. Equals map file location. And then we don't even need this. This is M, not map. This should be that. This can be reloading. That. Turn that. That. We don't need this. What we do need is this. That. That. And then we don't need that. This we still check. That. That. This all goes to be This is, this goes away. This is t dot id equals t. So we load that. This we still check. We don't. Don't eat this. I don't think. And I don't think we need this anymore because we're going through, right? This we still need for the connection. We don't call connect here, which means we don't need to check this. What we do need to do this. Let's do this has a connection and we'll make this that. And we'll say do this, we'll build actually this should be one of them. And if we did that, then we might as well just do this and throw this away completely. Because if we do that, then we can just say equals connection config. So we've essentially just vetted and then this can, we'll need that later, but it can go away for just this second. Does this still make sense? No. Not at all, actually. In fact, let's just kill all this real quick. We just build a map of the data in the structures. Then we can log that this was loaded successfully. And then what we need to do is say for ID value in the range of new tile data, going to go through and we'll see if the if we have it. We'll do the tile data first again. Does it make sense to do this though? Or do we do it up here? Maybe it doesn't make any sense to do this. No, we want to make sure that we don't have this changing anything first. But then we're losing our connection validation, which could lead to issues if we were to have something get changed, right? That would be problematic. It's not what I want. But we also need to be careful we have the connection here, so we could would it make sense to do that first? Not really. But if we mangle the map in some way, shape, or form, that becomes problematic in a hurry. I guess we could build a second map to compare against. That would help us to check the data. What if we did that? Grab this same logic. Let's chuck this. We won't actually need that. I don't think we need the whole thing, though. We actually really just need Let's undo this. We do need a tile map. Or do we? No. We don't need... We might need the tile map still. We don't need a whole map struct. We need to just grab this. We can build a new grid. Put that in there. If we spell it correctly, capitalization wise, it'll help. And then that, so we fill up, we build out the array. Then we could bring back want to be careful here. We don't need that. This actually is still M. What we do need to do is grab we don't use tile map in here. We don't need that. That's why we wrapped up add tile. What we really just need to do is just say at X location Y is T. That's all we need to do for this, but then let's just bring back our config part here, because we're essentially building a new grid, and we'll use that grid to validate this part. This one right here, bring you in, fix you up. This point and map bounds. If we do this, which is a two-dimensional slice, and then this doesn't need to hang off of that. And we can put you down here at the bottom. Go fix this, because we'll now need tiles, not a map. There you go. Tiles. Okay. Then we'll need to come down here. This. this. And then this is only an error, right? Meow. Like so. That. Okay, that's still good. Check the destination now. That. That. And that. This is just an error. Like so. Fantastic. That. Oop. That. Okay. And then we'll get rid of this for right now. Do that so it stops complaining at me. Okay, so now we have two tile maps. We have the one that exists already on this map and the new one. And then what we need to do because a tile holds a connection, what we can do is say, don't care about, well, maybe I do care about the index. Tiles dot just tiles, and then we do not row but column, like so. Do I care? Don't think I actually care about the current data. What I do want is to pull you over here so that I have my tile struct up. I want to say at block. What I also want to do no. Want to make this easier to look at. So we lock it. And actually, we need to do a couple other things. Up here, when we load it, if the new size is bigger than the old, have a problem, to fix that. Make myself a note so I don't forget. But if we're in here, this actually needs to be new tiles. And I don't actually need to lock this tile. What I need is that. I need to lock the target tile. Location equals this tile dot location. Description equals this tile dot description. Verbose description is this tile dot description. Connections is this tile dot room connections. And then that. Now, that should take care of our update currently. And I'm thinking that because as we've sort of hammered this out, they've become almost identical in their function. So what we need to do here this is going to take, will it take a config? Take a look here. No. Yes, it's going to take the map config. Because we need to make decisions about what goes where based on that. So that's fine. But basically from here down, we need to take this, and it's going to return either a tile map or an error, or an error, I guess you should say. Except I should take this instead. No, we're just going to make the changes because there's going to be some sneaky stuff. And if we do this, then we can just it'll help us to find the differences. So we do that. We'll do these changes again. This needs to stay. And let's make sure we do that before we forget. That can go up there. Okay, so down here. Go through. New tiles. Ah. You dog. That. Ooh, we need... Guess we probably need that. Or should we tie that to a UUID? Because that's the whole reason we store parent. And now that maps have an ID, yes, I think this is better. We'll have to fix some tests, but that's fine. We'll do that in a minute. But then new tile will need to take that. Parent is that. Okay, that fixes that right up. Perfect. This then can become that, which is pulled from the config file, which is preferable. And then here, we don't do that. We say at dot x location dot y equals T, rid of you. Fig. New tiles, origin. This needs to all be this. Origin tile is that. Da, 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 da. New tiles, make sure you're in bounds. Log correctly if you're not. Like so. Beautiful. Otherwise, we set you. Life is good. We build that. Everything goes in. We return new tiles. Nil. Oops. Nil. Perfect. Love that. Then, up in here, what we can do is chuck all of this into, not that, which I called build tile map, which takes the app config we just loaded and returns possible error. Just pass it up. Actually, what we do is we'll do error building tile map from file data. That. This, I believe, is a pointer when it returns. Yes, there we go. Okay. Then that gets way, way nicer. Let's go ahead and actually do we need to fix this. That's fine. Can use the ID here. That's, I don't know why I fixed that. I don't need to fix that. I need to say build tile map from app config. We'll do same thing. It actually should be because it is a grid. That's fine. We'll just make sure that our logs are good for future us. Okay, so new tiles is that all of this goes away. What we do instead is say go through it, and then we say add tile. That. Then let's make sure we need to fix this first. Oh no, this is what crap. Okay, that's fine. Because we call up. Why do we call up? Because you hold. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's a mistake. This does need to eventually get that. If we take this out though, and part of our add tile is to say parent equals m. That is kind of like appropriate because that's when it's added. It's when it does actually get a parent. So that does make a degree of sense. So we can do that. This could actually be place tile and grid because we don't actually add it. It is a place. And then on our reload, what we need to do is that. Wait, no. We don't need to do that because we just modify it in place. Okay. That is good. This is problematic. Let's just take a quick second and make sure that... Oh, in fact, there's something I've broken already. Ah, right, because we don't add this anymore, so we need to go fix these real quick. There we go. And also... That comes out. Okay. So. Do a quick test of all the things. I'm missing. I get a nil pointer in can character C exit. Probably because it's probably in one of these. Yeah, probably because I didn't set on up in the test. Yes. Connect them, but let's handle this first. We don't want that to panic. If we do somehow get here. This doesn't use it. That doesn't use it. That doesn't use it. That I don't think uses it, so that's good. We've got a pretty minimal blast zone. Do that. We don't have... Yeah, that's fine for now. What we'll do is add a final step to validate, I think. This, if... that'll stop our panic. Make sure they get a couple runs. There we go. So they still fail because we have nothing. Let's do... do this a little better while we're here. Let's do... this can be a var, that's fine. They can be strings still. Just gonna leave that in place. Gonna lift this. That. And then this actually we can say down here. Find yourself at that. If LAN visible exits is greater than 0, what we're going to do this actually we're going to get rid of because it's going to be this. Offer that. And then okay, and then we'll do that. Do the same thing to this here. And then this right string that. I think I can pretty much just snag this. Except for I need to check. It was just that. What did my okay. Just run that and see what the output looks like. You see no visible exits, okay. Yada, yada, yada. This needs to be... Are you... Do I need to do that here as well? Probably. This should actually be... Actually, this... to do this for later. That is more correct. We should drive that off the config file so it shows exactly as described. That's fine. So now we just need to fix up the test to show. Let's also fix this line. There we go. We've connected them. And that's because we have a new test map. What we need to do here is new tile. Dot parent equals new map. Pointer 2 specifically. Because as we're building it, and actually what we should do what the hell did I call that? Put place tile in grid. And then get rid of all of that. That should fix up that. Okay. Let me just make sure. There we go. Okay. Panic in 24 $4.99. Why would that be a panic? X out of range 0, length 0. Okay. Oops. Why would you be a length 0? Do I... Because... How was I doing this over here? Not this. Down here. How many times do I use that? I use that a lot. This we can just refactor. Tiles. Oh. Just do it and let me fix it. Really? Actually, what I could do. That. And then. This is. That. Not going to save any time, really. Y size. That. Think that'll take care of that? Yes. Okay. That'll fix that problem for us. Now, let's just make sure that we don't have anything else that's all wonky. We do. Client handler test. Probably because... Um... Because we have new tiles, we need to we don't actually need to place them. Oh, we do because, okay. We need to build a temporary grid, or should we make this smarter? What did I call you? Map config. If we do that, then we build that, which should take care of this, but go. Seems kind of redundant. Think about that a little bit. Figure out why, or figure out if we have any new issues real quick. We possibly do. Character. Unstew character. Why would that? We'll look at that in a minute. Right now, let's figure out if we can do this in a better way. Gonna leave that for now because we're gonna want to think about resizing it, actually in just a second. But let's do this. let's do a quick... We're going to clear this out for a second. And then, okay. We'll get that up and we'll rerun this. Let's troubleshoot this really quick. To see if it has any bearing on... And now we don't have an issue. Really? I wonder if there was something from a panic test that got left over and then the successful run cleaned it up. Nope, nope, there it is right there. Okay. Take a look at... Actually, let me scroll up a little more still. Okay. Just spits out all of that before it gets here. Okay, so... Unstow. Why would that suddenly be causing an intermittent data race? Would be... Load character. Run minder and on unstow. Character struct lives in manager. I'm wondering if 438 in character manager test. I don't think this is anything we just changed, but let's just double check. 438. This should be right. So why would you be? Okay. There's no way that this, well, I guess it could be a way, but very unlikely that this is related to our current changes. So we're going to do in runminder and on unstow we're probably just going to have to mutex the whole character for that particular operation, which is fine, I guess. Actually, that's that, just like so. I'm gonna forget to push control. All right, there we go. So let's grab all of this output so that we have it. And we'll move back on to what we were doing, and we'll fix that later. So, rid of that, rid of that, rid of that, rid of that for now. There we go. So, let's think about what we were already thinking about with the place tile in grid. We could do a it could take that and you figure out and then we're going to say that oops. Looks like we're not shadowing because it's up there. That's fine. X index. New tile grid at X index, Y index equals m dot tiles at X index, Y index. After all that, m dot tiles is the new grid. Here we go. we should do is up here at the rest of the tests. We should have we don't have any test map for this. That's fine. We can make one. That. That can be empty for now. That's fine. Tile map doesn't need to change as part of that. This can all be... It's fine. It's just a mock-up. Don't need tile map. We do need is... and make you as well. We will dot tiles. And then that scoot you down, and if we then do dot resize grid and make you let's say 4x4, then we should say smap tiles this is not 4, then x I need to fix this. X dimension of tile grid was not correctly wanted for got that. Oops. And then tiles at 0 is not 4. Then y dimension was not that. And then we also make sure that if deep equal dot tiles at 0, 0, test tile 1, tile data was modified but should not have been at 0, 0 was modified. Oops. That's. And let's do this. Like so. Dot tiles at 0, 0. This tile 1. Beat this. 0, 1. Test tile 2, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay. Happened there. Out of range 1 with length 1. Can I not do this? Oh. No, that should be 0, 1. No. There we go. Okay, so let's do a quick commit for that. Actually, because these are slices, I might be able to just say can I reslice this to be faster? Would it even be faster? Let's leave it. It's easier to read this way for sure. And this is not something that should be happening all the dang time, so it's fine. This, however, what we're going to do is say if is greater than the length of m.tiles resize grid to tiles or no, sorry. X. Could actually just do that and say or. I think we have been using the last index just for funsies to make sure. So then if we do that, theoretically, we don't need to make this up here, and we have better support on reload. Or what was failing? When we did that before. -1, however, is not ideal. Test, execute, action, move. That's in Game Manager. And it's because why is it? We load it from this test config, which is at 00. Create move command direction north. That would be okay. So Y has move. $323. Because oops, no. You. Good old off by 1. In 0 with link 0. Okay, that's in place tiling grid. Because I also need to do this. Right? Yes. So our links need to be, there we go. Beautiful. Should I should do that. Maybe. No. It can go up there. Probably. It's probably fine. Okay, so. Oops. Run this one more time. Make sure everything's happy still. There we get a clean run. Excellent. All right. I've been going for 2 hours. I usually try to take a quick break after every hour to stand up and stretch out, all that. But I was busy, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and we will probably double check our work with reload. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. Just double check here what this notification was all about. Nothing important. That's what it was about. Okay, so now when we reload, we will also because we don't place tiles. Ooh. Here's what we can do. We can say if the in here though this tile, actually we have a helper for this. if the point is in the map bounds, which is tiles this tile location X, location Y. If it's inside the map bounds, we can do this. Else, we do place tiling grid this tile. That'll handle resizing for us. And right now it only grows. Do we worry about shrinking? Probably not right now, I think. Okay. And then we would need to I don't want to put a great big gnarly config in here, and the configs get big and gnarly. I guess I could do we had a pretty minimal, yeah. Could do this. Except do just two. You can be at 0, 1. That and then we would only need one connection. Check that. Okay. Go up to one of these. Actually, any of them would work. As an example, this would be new, valid, true. Origin is 0, 0. Destination is 0, 1. These can all be empty. Like so. Like so, and then we would need one more for 0, 1 to 0, 0. Like so. Let's also borrow... Let's just borrow all of main and then pair it back. I don't need this. I'm going to need this eventually. So I might as well leave it in. This is map test. Okay, we make the config stir. And then we import you. App config's the only thing. Okay, perfect. That's all exactly what we need. So if we had a load config test, it would look like... Wouldn't even look like... we'll call it results error equals load map. We would need and config that test configs dir test map config file. That's throw a fatal error if we do have an error. Otherwise, oh, actually up here also what we need is we need to specify these so that we can use them. This needs to be this. Get these created. I don't need, oops. Those. Let's spell it correctly just for fun, you know. Then we need to do also get connections also so that we can mock this correctly. So this becomes first tile UUID connections becomes south connection. This becomes south connection. This becomes second tile. This becomes north connection. This becomes north connection. There we go. Yes. That should build it correctly. So now what we want is how do we want to validate this in a way that is sane? We want to make sure if dot tile map first tile UUID is okay. Or do we want to just say, yeah, let's just say if it's not okay, if we didn't get it, then we'll throw an error says that and then if I'm going to do that, then I don't need that. Same deal for the second one. And then just make sure that it went in there. So tile map should be 1, then otherwise that, and we'll do the same. This is actually fatal because if we don't do that, then we can't do this. This isn't tile map though, this is tiles. I should rename that, but do that in a second. So this should all pass, right? No, why not? 01 is not within the bounds of the map. Oh. Why have we not seen this before? Because... okay, that's fine. Because we resize now... we don't actually need to do these checks, which is actually kind of fantastic. We can still use it for the other stuff, but connection should be correct still, I think. Because once we get here, we're comparing against new tiles, which we have populated. So that should still be good. Right? No? Where? Ah, because size X, size Y. Because we made a Y. Stuck for a second on why it had changed. Then I remembered that I added literally a Y. Okay. Well, that doesn't help me a whole lot, no does it? Why? Let's do... That's... And... This... That... Tell me why. Yeah, that sure is not right, is it? That would be in here. Tile ID. Let's take a look. (6004F). That tile map. Gets a key. Gets a value that's 00. And then let's come back. Has 2 entries. Zero 0944. Let's actually... This is connections. This is... Where... I thought I... Where did that not end up? Oh, I changed connect. I didn't change... Because... we need this to come in. Good thing we tested. Okay, let's just get you out of there. That is going to break stuff, but that's fine. New UUID for you. New UUID for you. This needs to also be new for you. Okay, now we have great joy. Love it. Add test for load function. But also we need to say that we fix tile not being assigned UID from config. Let's do a quick test run to see if we have anything else that broke. We shouldn't, but perfect. Love that too. Time for a tactical beverage swap. Delicious. Okay. What are you? Who are you? What do you want? Nonsense. That's what you are. Okay. So, we need to also test the reload. We will do that in the same way as this primarily. Test load config. test reload config. So we do this, and then what we need to do is basically copy this. Actually, what we should do, let's do this to begin with. It can be the same, that's fine, we don't care for the initial. Give it a different name. That. We load it. All of this can go away. But what we're going to do is say this will be tile config deleted the wrong one. There we go. And then we say test config tiles index 1 equals test updated tile. This will be that we would have to muck with connections if we wanted to do that. Let's just not for now. If we regret that later, we know where to come. And then what we got to do is we can just come up here, borrow this, because we need to write a new, write the updated version. This is now test config. This is now fatal. Don't need that. This is not test config file location. This is same dir though, so that it can be cleaned up. But also we need to test config file to point it at the one we created just for this. Actually, let's make that the same. If we fail to write, again, it is a fatal error. Now, reload. Well, we should say error can be result reload. If that is not nil, it's a fatal error. Tell me why. If it is not, then we need to say that if results tiles at 0, 1 description is not equal to test updated tile description, then it's an error. We'll say newly configured description was not applied. Wanted this, got. That's probably kind of pointless, but to help clue us in. Tiles. That's the second one. It's actually test updated tile dot description 0, 1 description. And we do the same thing for verbose description and verbose description, and we also want to say if it's okay when we select results first tile UUID, because we're still using that. If that's okay, then if not, deep equal, because we verified that this has changed. Actually, we'll check them both. If this is not equal to zero, 0, this is tile map. We'll say tile map version of tile is not the same as tile grid version. Got wanted like so. And then if it's not even okay, then it's an error. First tile UUID is not present in the map anymore. And then this is actually going to be exactly the same, but for second and 0, 1 and second 0, 1. Make sure we differentiate between for us later. There. Oh, that. We need to write it to our duplicate file first so that we can load it again. And then I must have description. Did I? Sure did. Made a silly mistake. There we go. Thank you, testing. Brilliant. Love it. Okay. All right. You don't like spaces. Here we go. There we go. Let's, before I forget again, rename this tile grid so that I stop being a doofus and getting confused with map. Beautiful. Let's also, because we do this, reload config, relocate tile. Because if we were to do that, and then we would also need somebody would have also had to change the connection. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. It would be to the south one. Keeps the same ID, so that's good. Except for its origin 00 and its destination is now 41. From the far south to the far south. This is that. And then actually That's not going to be correct. We need to actually do both of them. Do this. We'll say do this. You're at a slice now. Chuck you in. You both need to be far. Your origin is now 4-1. Destination is now 0-0. That's fine. You can be connected like that. So this should not freak out. It should extend. Everything should be happy. And then we can say those are all good. But we also want to make sure that the connections get updated correctly. So this is actually now 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. That's still 0-0. 4-1, 4-1. Tile grid 0, 0. Room connections. It's a tile. Room connections. South. Transits. From the origin tile, so this is ID. Ooh, this is gonna be hard to compare. Destination ID is not second tile UUID. Then we say tile grid or tile at 0-0. Bracket it for readability. Transit to second tile ID is no longer correct. Let's actually do this. that. We do the same thing, except for this is now north transit. This is for 1 for 1 and this becomes first tile. Oops. This is for 1 2 first tile ID. Okay. You Why did you panic? You shouldn't have. When we reload, because we didn't change. Okay, that's fine. We need to tell it as part of these changes. Size X. No, size Y is now 4. Actually, I lied. It's 5. No. No, it's 4. Because no, yes. It was 5 because I put it at 4. Okay, and then we write you back, and then still saying out of range. Why might that be? Load the config. Or 52, it's still here. Let's do this. Debug. Okay, first time through, second time through. Why? Because I flipped it. That's why. I put it at 4, 1. This is size X. I didn't put it at 1, 4. Silly me. Okay. New pointer somewhere here. Cause Because why? M dot tile grid exists. This tile exists. It has a location. Okay. Next. This tile is now nil. Why is this tile nil? Because we added nil tiles, right? Not return. Continue. Because we don't care if there's an empty tile, or we shouldn't. Right now we care. We care about panicking. Thanks, testing. Okay, that'll clean it up. And then, okay, we can go. We have another nil. Why do we have another nil? See here. Oops, not that. Okay. Results. Tile grid is now 5 by 5. Or sorry, 5 by 2. Room connections. To the far south. To the far north. Ah, this has become invalid. Why is this invalid? That would be like the default. Okay. That would come from up here. We also need to do make sure that we support nil tiles for the sake of spacing here as well. If this tile is nil, continue. Otherwise, put it in the grid. So, where would that be coming from? When we connect, it would be in connect, wouldn't it? Connect. We look for the connection. If it's not there, which it wouldn't be, we make it. Subtract points, second tile location from T location. This is where it's got to be coming from, I think. Here. Target direction south. Invert. Enter message. From the south. Yes. To the south. Yes. Room connections. Key is 0 and 1. Next one comes in. This is actually the first pass. Okay. Enter message from the far south. Target direction is invalid. Okay. So second tile location for 1. T location is 0, 0. P1X. Because, okay, this is just this is a new bug is what this is. Okay, that's fine. We've exposed it. The issue is that we'll go ahead and push this up real quick. And we change that. Those need to be We need to clean those up real quick. Go. We will do that. Okay. So we need to go to coordinates now. Subtract points. That's correct, but the from point this needs to be normalized, I think is what the correct term is, that to where from point, so this actually isn't correct. Let's do some doc strings. And let's rename you okay. Let's also do like so. Get these in a little bit better order, and then what we should do is direction 2 points. Let's do actually this could hang off of let's do this. Vector 2 target, which is a coordinate. Wait, no. This wouldn't be here. This would be this would be here. That. Turns that. This is if this is we want to take it should still be subtract, I think. Is there a cheeky, easy, shorty cut way? Is there? For now, let's just do this. And then it's greater than 0. It's less than 0. It's -1. Same thing. This leaves 0 in place. Like so. And then is this the correct order? Target direction would be let's do this. We need to get this is a table for sure. I always forget the correct structure for this. So here we go. This is a that's fine. It has a start point, which is a point. Point. Which is also a point. That may be I may be using the wrong words, but it's fine. And then let's also do that. So this is, let's just do north to south. So if I start at 0, 0, north to south, 1 unit. Then I would be able to say 0, 1. I would expect to see that. And if this was 100, I would still expect to see 0 to 1, right? And if that was the case, if I did 0.2 minus 1, this would be this way. And then if I was to come in here, this is, let's just do 2. If my start point was 1, 1, my target point was 2, 2, right? 1, 1. No. This would be 0, 0. Right? One, 1, 2. And I would expect this to be 1, 1. No. Minus 1, minus 1. Right? No. Minus 1, plus 1. Oh my gosh, no. I can't think. 0, 0. 0, 1. 1, 0. 1, 1. So if I'm at 1, 1, I would expect to be at 0, 3. 0, 3. And that should be minus 1 plus 1. Yes. And then this. I was at 100, 100. That was the 0, 3 still. Except for I'm at 100, 100, and my target point is 99, 101. Should still be that. Except for I have flipped this in my head. This would be 99. This would be 2. 0. Yes. East. West to east. 1 unit. Okay, this should be easier. New from int 0, 0. Target point, new from int would be 1, 0. I would expect to get back 1, 0. This many unit 100 would still be 1. This would be this would actually just be to the south. This would also be just to northeast. Leave me alone. Go to northeast, to east, to east. This would be to southeast, 1 unit. This can still be 0, 0. That's fine. Target would then be 1, 1. New from int should be 1, 1. Many units. 100, 100 would still be 1, 1. If I've done my job correctly. Oh, what happened there? I hit page up instead of enter. Silly me. This is 2, not so. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. So, done southeast. This is 2 south, 1 unit. 0, 0. 0, 1. 0, 1. Many units. 100. Just be the same. To south, west, 1 unit. Say we're at 1, 1. Then I would expect to be at 0. I was at 1, 1. Southeast, I would expect to be at 0, 3. Or 0, 2 rather. Which should be -1. -1. Can't shake the feeling that I've messed this up. So at 1, 1, I was going to 0, 3, that'd be 1 -1. Or I did that backwards. It'd be -1, 1. Yes. Yeah, that's what I got. Okay. It's hard to keep all that straight. And then if this target point was at 0, 200, that would actually be if this was at 100, 100, that would still be southeast. It's I am let's do that. I think I'm missing something here because I'm not a game developer, so I don't know what I'm doing. I'm missing nuance, I think. I feel. I have a hunch. But we're going to keep on keeping on for right meow. To the west would be 1, 1, 2, 0, 1. I would expect this to be -1, 0. And if I was at 100, 100, 0, and 100 would still be -1. One more, I believe, or two more rather, but one more direction to northwest, 1 unit. I was at 1, 1. Then my target would be at 0, 0. And I would expect -1, -1. Okay. And then the last duplicate, or not duplicate, but alternative, I guess you might say, 100, 100. Either way, 50, 50, 0, 0, whatever. Should all be -1, -1. Think. Okay. Let's find out. That's what tests are for. Then I would do let's leave that down there actually. Ah, all right. So for range tests, is start point dot vector2 dot target point if dot, did I have an equals, not equal, result dc dot expected vector label result expected vector okay. Northeast is wrong. Southwest is wrong. So, was that me or was it the code? Let's find out. So if I'm at 1, 1, northeast from me is 0, 3, which is 1 minus 1. And I flipped it. Okay. Because this is 3, 0, 1, 1. Or this is 2, 0. This is 1, 1. So plus 1x minus 1y. Yes. So 1 minus 1. The other one was southwest. So if I'm here and I'm trying to go southwest, that is minus 1x plus 1y. And I have done minus 1, minus 1. Okay, so plus 1y, south, west. That. There we go. Now, let's do this. What did I change in tile? Oh, that. Yes, okay. To coordinates and test it. Now, if we do cardinal from point, this becomes coordinates, not new from int. Oh, this is not that at all. This is t dot location dot vector 2 second tile dot location. Now, theoretically, this should pass. No. Same place. Okay, let's do... Oh, did I do maybe... Target direction, that should be... Results. Tile grid, 0. Zero, 0. Room connections. Key is 1, 1. Which should be... If I'm at 0, 0, and I have moved to... Oh. That should be southeast. There we go. Wait, no, this is... Okay. Because this should be... This wouldn't be south anyway. This would be northwest. We'll have to make sure that these don't panic here in a second as well. Okay, there we go. So... is this. If this is nil, then it's an error, and it's tile at 0, 0, not have an updated exit to the southeast. And then we can do the tile grid 0, 0 dot room connections as the output, so we can hopefully get a better clue. Else we do all this, but we use and this is oops, Southeast Transit. And then we do the same thing up here. This should be If it's nil, else we do this stuff like so. This is tile at for 1 does not have an updated exit. The northwest got that's okay. And just for funsies, we'll do this really quick and observe, hopefully not a panic, but an error. Yes. Put it back. And now we pass. Life is very, very good. Run this real quick. Beautiful. Actually, let's do real quick. That's fantastic. Fix direction issue mistakes. Tests. Avoid panics. In test. It's fine. Okay. Fantastic. Now, let me take a quick break. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and we'll do a little bit more. We might run a little long today, we'll see. But yeah, be right back. All right. That's so much better. The testing, that is. I feel very good about it. Glad we caught wrong assumptions. That's very, very good. Kind of just goes to show you that testing from multiple angles, it's all so very, very valuable. Okay, now let's go for like another half hour or so. At the very least. So we've got reloading in place. Let's start thinking about, let's actually double check our board. Think we're good for this particular part. Let's make sure we didn't leave. We do need to fix this. Let's check our map config. Specifically, ooh. Yeah. On this, let's do or do I want to? Should I perhaps maybe this is okay. But up until we until we start consuming this, we're not going to have a good idea of what we want. So let's just leave it with this for now. This we can do. Let's also make sure that we do insert a line break. And this is the description, not the verbose. And actually this, we probably want to be careful. We want to actually no. Unicode dot I want to do that, or no. Not this, but short desk. All right. Can I do that? No. How the heck? That's how I could it. And then let's replace this as well. And then let's make this that. That. Just kind of tidy that up a little bit. I suspect that I'm going to want to change this up a little bit, but until I'm in consuming this land, I don't know what I really want it to look like. So we're going to leave it as is, and we'll revisit it with that context, right? Okay. All right. I think this is done for now. And what we're going to do is go ahead and merge. We're going to start looking at what we want to do for visualizing a map. Okay, done there. Delete that. Pull this. Make sure we clean up local. Feel pretty good about it. There we go. Okay. You're done. Oh, let's see. Jot down that note. Okay. We'll come back to that. I don't want to dig into that right now. What I do want is take a look at Cogents. Kind of peeked at this a little bit the other day, but I got a response back on the Slack message I sent them as well. They don't recall anything that's changed the text editor widget that we're using, but they are currently refactoring it to be better in many ways. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Canvas. Canvas sounds interesting to me. You can draw a canvas. You can draw lines on a canvas. Draw circles on a canvas. Paint context. Draw a circle. I wonder... Yeah, we can change that. What if... What if up here we were to say if tmod 2, so if it's even, then we do, oh my gosh. Sure. Okay. Makes sense. Otherwise, something like that, and then that. If I was to do that, don't know what that is. Fail, maybe. We need to... Scheme error. There we go. Yes. So we can drive this conditionally, and when it re-renders, things happen, right? Okay. This makes a degree of sense. So if we were to draw out like a square, we could color it for contents or something like that, but we could also conditionally draw a marker that indicated where you were, right? And then just call needs render when we move. So we could start thinking about, the other thing is we need to, how do we want to lay this out in the UI? We need, I would like to share some of this code, right? Between the editor and the client. All of the logic for drawing boxes and stuff, I would like to share. But we also need to think about how do we pack this up and send it to the client. Because if we put the map in the client, then you can get in there and mess around with it and see things you're not supposed to, right? We don't want that. We want the server to have authority over what is visible and what isn't by just omitting things you don't know about until you go visit them or something. And then so we want to share as much of this logic as possible across them without making that task any harder than it has to be, right? And we have, you know, shapes and things here, and we could draw lines. I think a lot of this lends itself to a graphical map. I think we could probably also think about find a example here. That's nothing. It must be dead. Why can't I find a good reference image? This isn't terrible. I think that I would prefer. See if we can find another example, another reference. We could do something like this, but with better colors and none of this nonsense. This is made in something else, but GraphViz. I think we looked at this the other day as well. Yeah. We have Go bindings for GraphViz. Where is... Oh, that doesn't help me. Not seeing like examples of any kind. Oh, this is a different one. Could look at something like this. Do I want to do this, or is the question? Or do I want to do something else? What does this actually output? generates an image. So kind of like what I was already thinking, basically, with just pure Cogent. It just generates an image. The other thing we got to think about is how do we tie this? Okay, so an image is one thing, right? And an image is fine and great and good, but the editor, how do we make that user friendly? So they need to like be clickable. So maybe we can't share this widget. Maybe the functionality is just too different. We might be able to generalize it somewhat. Can I make a... Can I make these clickable? Could make an HTML. Well, that's interesting. Hmm. Wonder if you can... Because in my head, I think, like if you were to display something like this, but with better coloration, you would want to click and move around it, right? But also you would want to click on a room and then you're able to edit that room. You'd get a representation of the struct come up, right? And then you could change a description, a long description. You could change items, stuff like that, maybe. And then, you know, add a connection or remove a connection or something like that. That'd be awesome. But how do we do it? I'm not sure. Probably not that. Could we... We have to like... What if we took... We've done... We did clickable on something. How we did it in widgets. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. This page does not work well. Escape. There we go. So obviously there's support for doing some pretty decent stuff. We just need to figure it out, right? Maybe I'm thinking about this backwards, and the idea would be to put a an image on a button, right? Maybe that's the answer. Something like this, but right, no IntelliSense in here. I think there's something to this. I think we can get where we want to be from this. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to hit them again on Slack and be like, hey, this is what I want to do. What do you think the easiest way to accomplish that would be, right? They're usually really good about having interesting ideas in that case. And if it's something that's outside of what they do, I actually worked with them to do the screen changes stuff, because they were kind of just like drawing over top previously, and the one of the guys was even like, I don't really like this solution, but it's what we're doing right now. And he was like, this is what I'm kind of thinking, is if we had like a pager, we could do this. And I was like, well, what I really want is to make it work kind of like an endpoint router almost, where I can just set everything up and I can add them in and I can switch around between them, right? That's what seems like in my brain would be easy to use. And he knocked it out of the park. This is great. I love this. So if things are kind of gelling with their plans already, then they're totally willing to do a little collab from, with a consumer on what they would like to see or how they would like to use it. So it's pretty awesome. But yeah, that's I think where we're going to end it today. I'm going to pick their brain a little bit over the week while I'm not streaming. And we'll see what they come back with, and we'll see kind of where we end up with the plan, right? But I think that the building the editor is going to be the next big interesting step. And this widget's going to kind of be our gateway, because the hardest thing to manage config file wise is a map, because they're big. The configs for them are huge and they need to be all tied together. So getting that done will help us to get the ball rolling on the editor, and also to be able to build test rooms, right? Which will help us in testing all the rest of the stuff very soon, because we're going to start needing editor more. We also still have to figure out a little bit of stuff about dynamically loading the command parser, but I think I want to put that off a little bit longer and do this first. And we're getting, like, there's a lot of little things that still need to be done. Like, we need to support like character races and character classes, and what does that look like? It probably a modifier that applies on top of a character, right? But we're getting to the point where we're almost kind of ready to start thinking about game dev things and not engine things, right? And that's wicked exciting to me. So thanks for everybody who swung by today. We'll be doing this again on Friday. I take the middle of the week off. Schedule down below on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you'll have to do math. I start at 11 Mountain Standard Time, because currently I'm in Arizona. We do not observe the daylight savings time change. That may change in the future. In fact, the time may change in the future. Let's put it that way. But for now, I'm going to keep with this. So we'll see you Friday. If you can't make it, that's fine. We'll see you some other time. And I hope you guys have a wonderful week.